Hello, chat room. I have no idea if this stream is going to be interesting. If not, we might need to pivot. But that's fine. So there's no session today. Uzu is dying from the flu. Apparently, she caught the flu on literally the first day of the year. Unlucky start to 2026 for her. That's like that's a nat 1 for sure. So instead, well, I was like, the people are starved for tabletop content, and I gotta get some prep done for 2026 campaigns, so let's just do that on stream. And I'll just yap about world building for a while. I didn't even realize there was a stream yesterday. I was in the hospital. Oh, well, glad you're not in the hospital now? Question mark? He died, but he lived. Sadly, I died, but I lived. I got better. It's the Monty Python guy. She turned me into a newt. I got better. God, the amount of... It's sort of fallen out of the cultural lexicon, but it used to be all the time in my like D&D 3 3rd edition and my Pathfinder games, and like that like it would be constant quotes from Monty Python Holy Grail. It was the funniest shit ever for us. Yeah, I'm not sure how many people are gonna watch the tabletop stream, but that's fine. It's sort of a co-working stream anyway. We'll probably pivot to some gaming later on in the night if people are interested in that. God damn it. There was another self-promo bot in the Discord I had to destroy. Can we talk like we're at the office water cooler? You catch the game last night? Boy, that team sure is something. Here's Steve from accounting is getting fired. Not Steve! Not Lenny! What's the fucking... It's always accounting. He didn't meet quota. The numbers don't lie. The numbers do not lie. What is going on with my... Speaking of movies that were in the cultural vernacular, but that have been phased out, we need to bring back Office Space. Yeah, if you could come in Saturday, that'd be great. I know the TTRPG co-working streams don't draw in big numbers, but I enjoy watching them. I think people do enjoy watching them, and that's why I do them. Now, most of the time they happen on the second channel, but I do... Like, that's really the main metric for me. Obviously, I do want to pull in decent numbers so that I can keep my career as a streamer, but, like, as long as people enjoy watching it, I don't mind taking the hit every so often, even. La 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 la. By the way, the playlist we're listening to right now is called Video Game Jazz for Committing Crimes. Exquisite. Feels like we're about to hit the big time. At the old casino. And just watch it, kid. Me and you are going places. Oh, I recognize this. What is this from? Never mind, I don't recognize this. I thought I recognized it. It was just the SNES sound chip that I recognized, not the actual song. Anyway, I hope you're all having a good day today. I am very excited to get some new tabletop games started this year. Bro, I had the worst work day and you just went live. You're my savior. Same time every day, man. I'm sorry to hear about your work day. It's not the same time every day. Sometimes you oversleep or you have an upset tummy. That's true. Technically, if if we are actually doing a session today, we would be starting in an hour. So, you know. That's something. Yeah, as long as you don't have a bad day on a Sunday, I'll be there. I'm prepping a Mythic Bastion one-shot for tomorrow. Ooh, tell me how it goes. I want to run or play Mythic Bastion Land so bad. Feels like, I don't know if it would be... I mean, I guess it's a one-shottable game. Because you can just do, like, one myth. You know, instead of having it like the way that the normal it expects you to set up for a campaign, which is to have like 5 or 6 myths around your kingdom. My plan is 1 myth completed and 2 backdrop ones that are set dressing. That's a good idea. I like the way that Mythic Bastion Land does their dungeon encounters. We're just getting into it already. 12 minutes into the stream. You know what? Let's just, you know what? Enough fucking around. Enough fucking around. Take me over. What up, everybody? Welcome to the co-working stream. Welcome to the co-working stream, where we're gonna hang out, we're gonna talk tabletop RPGs, and I'm gonna work on stuff. Yeah, I got a new tuba commissioned. I got a new tuba commissioned. I found an artist on VGen that was making these like Blorbo tubers for like $15, and I'm like, ooh, wiggles fingers, don't mind if I do. It is goofy and whimsical. I'll probably be using this one as a Fugi more than a actual PNG tuber. We were talking about Mythic Bastion Land. I really like how Mythic Bastion Land does, I was looking at the word, it's sites. So the Mythic Bastion Land is like, it's super easy to like make like basically a mini dungeon, because it makes this system where you, okay, I'm just gonna read through what it says in the book here, but you draw 6 points as the corners of a hexagon and a 7th in the center. You mark 3 of the points with circles. Those are features that give information or set the mood. You mark 2 with triangles. Those are the dangers that need to be navigated carefully. 1 with a diamond, that's a treasure. You erase the final point and assign numbers to the remaining. You draw 3 open routes. These are the straightforward paths between the points. You draw 2 closed with a cross line. Here something blocks the way, so the players have to get creative. And you draw 1 hidden route. That's a secret path. So, like, it literally, within, like, seconds, you can generate a dungeon. So, like, you just make these little points. Like, they're so good. It's so good. I will literally demonstrate how good it is right now. As a complete aside, before we get any prep done, it's literally so fucking good. Alright. You know what? Fuck it. I won't even use the shape tool. We'll freehand it. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. Yes, with a 7th in the center. Alright. Boom. Triangle. This one. Triangle. Those are the dangers. This one. Diamond. Treasure. Oh, I missed the 3 points with circles one. Let's do this. Well, I guess they're the only remaining points we have. Oh, and then I erased the final point. I see. Hang on. But it's so fucking sick. And then like, okay, just draw three lines. Treasure room connects to this, connects to a danger, connects to a this. 2 closed routes. This connects to this, but there's something in the way. This connects to this, but there's something in the way. Draw a hidden route. This is hidden. And there you go. You've generated like everything you need to run a little dungeon encounter. You have like a series of like 6 interconnecting places. And then it says add an entrance, and then you can, yeah. If applicable, place an entrance at any point and an optional hidden entrance. Make sure all points can be reached even if one of the routes is closed or secret. And that's all it is. And it's super easy, and you can do this literally on the fly. You can literally, if your players go somewhere unexpected, you can literally just on the fly be like, give me fucking 2 minutes, jot down these lines on a fucking piece of paper, and you know exactly how to run the site. Because Mythic Bastion Land will if you look in is super good for improv. Because if you look in the Knights and Myths pages, at the bottom of these pages, they have info for the DM to randomize stuff. So, like, you have a person, a name, a characteristic, an object, a beast, and then on the myth pages, a dwelling, a sanctum, a monument, a hazard, a curse. So you could just literally look at whatever page you happen to have open, pull information from the bottom, and then use it to populate these rooms. It's super fucking cool. Mythic Bastion Land, very cool. Anyway. You've already got me in a fucking rant. You've literally already got me in a side tangent, and we've barely even started the co-working stream. Mission accomplished. Welcome, everybody. Welcome in, everybody. The passion for TTRPGs is massive. I know. So one of the first things I want to do is I want to work on I either want to work on world building notes or I want to work on homebrew. I'm not sure which I want to do first. But basically, oh, I lost my pages I had open. No matter. I will simply reopen them. So as some of you know, I have the Flux, which are my homebrew race of psionic crystal people, who I originally made for 5e, and have since now ported into DrawSteel because they are continuing to be part of a world. You know, one of our characters in The Rising Tide is playing one. I've decided that the way that they work, that I implemented them in DrawSteel is dumb and I don't like it anymore. And I want to make them better. I want to make them better. Because I think that their abilities right now are bad and dumb. So let me show you what they have right now. Right now, the Flux, they have Living Lexicon, You gain an edge on tests made to recall lore or specific information. You can also make an intuition test using this feature to gain insights into lore you don't know. The director decides the relevant lore skills based on the information you're searching for. This is vague as fuck. This is vague as fuck and barely even coincides with how we actually use the feature. They also get this one. You have immunity to poison equal to your might, and you don't need to drink, breathe, and are immune to non-magical damage. This is lame as fuck. This one just never comes up. I mean, like, you don't need to eat, drink, breathe, and are immune to non-magical disease. That shouldn't even be part of the feature. That should just be something that's unique to all Flux. Of course they don't need to eat, drink. They're made of rocks. So, like, so basically this is just, you're spending one of your 3 ancestry points on occasionally negating up to 2 damage. Because ability scores only go to 2 in this system. And then let's compare that to some of the other, ancestry abilities in DrawSteel, right? Let's look at, even the most basic ancestry. So let's look at human. Humans, for 1 ancestry point, get resist the unnatural, which is whenever you take damage that isn't untyped, you can use your triggered action to take half. Can you keep the name even if you change it? Yeah, I want to keep the name because I think, like, the idea of, like, I'm made of rock, so I'm sturdy is a good idea. And we should keep that. But I want to make it better. I want to make it actually mean something in DrawSteel. When I made this ability, it was when I hadn't actually, like, ran DrawSteel yet. And now we're, like, 8 sessions into the campaign. So I would like to make it actually better. And I would like to actually make more Flux abilities. Because right now they only have Living Lexicon and Rock Hard. Because I just made the 2 traits for Ice's character. I would like to add the rest of their traits so that they have the proper, like, amount that other ancestries have. But yeah, look at some of the other shit, man. Like, even humans have, like, a... You gain an edge on tests using endurance. When you're slowed, your speed is reduced to 3 instead of to 2. You resist supernatural effects. You ignore difficult terrain that's created by magic. And then, of course, they have this one, which lets them half damage... half any damage that has a special type. So if you use fire magic on a human, he could just be like, oh, that's magic. I resist that. Because the whole thing about humans in this game, which is actually super cool, is how they make humans interesting in the fantasy of DrawSteel, is that humans are so... By being, like, the standard of, like, the most, like, mundane and populous people, they actually resist the supernatural. Which I think is fucking cool as fuck. Because humans are everywhere and humans are mundane in nature, they actually have a resistance to the fantastical. Which I think is, like, the coolest, like... interpretation and most unique interpretation of, like, humans that I've ever seen. They also have their unbreakable human spirit for their 2-point rewards. So they have determination, which is if you're frightened, slowed, or weakened, you can use your maneuver, which is your bonus action in DrawSteel, to immediately end one of those conditions. And then they have staying power, which is just you get 2 extra recoveries. Recoveries are your resource that is spent on healing abilities, either healing yourself or others, so they can fight, run, and stay awake longer than others. So they're literally the indomitable human spirit. Their signature trait that they all get is Detect the Supernatural. And they can also, yeah, it's very sick. But like compare that to like you have poison immunity equal to your might, and then you don't get affected by non-magical diseases. That's whatever. That's lame. We need to punch this up. We need to make the flux cool. We need to make the flux cool, and we need to give the flux cool abilities. If the flux don't have cool abilities, I never want to play one. Also, nobody has wanted to play one yet, and I want to make, I think one of my, so if you know my homebrew, you know that I, apart from the flux, I also have the Brachyura, which are the crab people. They're Viking crabs. They're literally Viking crabs. And the fact that nobody has wanted to play a Viking crab yet means that I'm doing something wrong, and I need to make them way cooler. Do the crabs get AC bonuses like the turtles? I believe in the 5e version they did get natural armor. Let me look. Yeah, they have the same natural armor that turtles have in 5e. They've base 17. So yeah, so I don't have a version of the Brachyura for DrawSteel at all. So not only do I want to rework the flux for DrawSteel, I want to actually create the Brachyura for DrawSteel. So that way I'll have all my homebrew races in there. Type shit. And then also what I want to do today is I want to write some adventure hooks for future campaigns in 2026. Just think of a bunch of little adventure outlines that I can use to tell the groups. And then I want to shop around for some Foundry modules. I feel like I haven't upgraded my Foundry setup in a while. And I think looking for some new modules could really make it awesome. That's basically the plan. We're gonna go until I run out of steam. Also, if you guys want to hang and like, if you guys want to hang out and you guys want to like ask questions, chill in the chat, just sort of observe the creative process and ask me about it, please feel free to. Is absolutely a I'm not too familiar with the Astral Sea, but that's what my mind wanders to when it comes to cool shit. Well, you should consider playing one of the Flux, because that's where they live. DrawSteel looks fun. I'm very tempted to give it a shot. Oh my god, you should. It's so fucking fun. It's like, I feel validated because I've heard other people describe it this way. But it is like, it feels like D&D, but like your character's like, it's heroic fantasy. So instead of being like a random like no one adventure, it's like D&D, but you're all part of the X-Men. Does DrawSteel have flaws you can take to get more ancestry points? No, but it does have something similar. There is a thing in the book called Complications. And what complications are, basically you can take a complication optionally, and they give you a benefit and a drawback. Imagine like picking perks in Zomboid. Tricking people into playing 4E? Shh, they don't need to know. Well, listen, now you don't have to trick people into playing 4E because DrawSteel came out, and it's like they took all the good stuff out of 4E, left all the bad stuff behind, and then built more good stuff on top of it. But yeah, so for example, let's actually look at some of the complications that this party chose. So for Morvella over here, which is Uzu's character, if we go to her features, her complication is animal form. Due to a magical accident, your being has been fused with a small, harmless animal. You turn into this animal when it's convenient, and sometimes when it's inconvenient as well. As a maneuver, you can take the form of a specific animal. You return all your other stats, and then you get to move around like an animal and do your little sneaky thing. But the drawback is at the start of any turn when you're winded is below half HP, the director can spend 1 malice to force you to take your animal form. So it's like, oh, I get to sneak around in the walls like a rat, but like, uh-oh, when I'm at low HP, it could happen when I don't want it to. I think complications are the coolest shit in the game. I'm gonna be honest, I think one of these are like awesome. So like there's Curse of Immortality, which is for as long as you can remember, you've never gotten older. You've simply adventured through one age after another, but your memory of past events, even those you were involved with, is hazy. Apparently your memory isn't as long-lived as you are. You don't age, and whenever you would die, you enter a state of suspended animation. If your body isn't destroyed while you remain in this sleep, you come back to life after 12 hours. However, the drawback is you take a bane on any test made to recall lore. So you get to be immortal, but you are immortal at the cost of your memory. Like, you've lived for so long that your memory has deteriorated. My favorite 1-2 of complications are Infernal Contract, which is you made a deal with a devil, and then Infernal Contract, but like bad, which was you made a deal with the devil and it wasn't a good deal. Which is really funny to me. It's so funny. Because what is the classic, like, I sold my soul to the devil for power. This one is like, I got fucking swindled. This devil really fucking got me to sign a bad contract. I got ripped off. It's so funny. Nobody likes the fiddle. I got a fiddle made of gold, but and I can't play this shit. It's made of metal. Oh. Dude. This one is great because the benefit for the actual one. What am I fighting for? Oh my god, I'm gonna sneeze again. This is more than I've sneezed for the entirety of 2025. Why am I sneezing? Oh my god, they're after me. Today got me fucked up. Thank you, TV, for the 51-month resub. Caught the flu through Discord. Yeah. Oh my god, I feel another sneeze coming. Oh my god. Don't fucking... Pineapple! It worked. It worked. The feeling passed. I remembered the power word. You were saying the safe word. But yeah, I like this because it's like the drawback for the regular Infernal contract is like the archdevil that you signed yourself to asks you to defeat an enemy on their behalf. But the bad one is your body bears a fiendish mark. Any creature who understands religion can tell your soul belongs to hell. Additionally, when you die, your soul goes straight to hell and you can't be restored to life. It's crazy. Yeah, it's so much worse. It's so much worse. Because this one is like, oh, free side quest. This one is like, every cleric is going to immediately know that you fucked up so bad. You got the hell mark. I'm not hell. You expect me to tell you expect me to think you're a hero? You came into my chapel bearing the hell sign? I think there's another but like bad in here. There's also there's so many. Hang on, where's the fucking... There's one that they almost took. One of my players almost took this one, and I would have really loved it if they took it, because as a DM, this is Famous Relative. Famous Relative is so funny because it basically lets the DM make an NPC just to fuck with you. It says, sure, you're a promising young hero in your own right, but people always ask about your famous relative. Will you equal or surpass your relative's accomplishments, or will you always live in their shadow? You have a piece of magic jewelry such as a ring. As a maneuver, you can use this to summon your relative to your aid. They start with a renown of 10, but otherwise have the same stats as you. They make power rolls with an edge, but don't gain the benefit of any of your treasures. They do their best to help you in the current situation. Once you summon them, you can't do so again until you gain a level. But you earn no victories from combat encounters where your relative was present. And every time you summon your relative, the next time you would gain renown, they gain that renown instead. It is the cooler Steve. It is the fucking... What's the cooler Daniel? That was it. It's basically, yeah, it's this. It's this. It's absolutely that 100%. Yeah, I think the complications are the coolest shit in the game. I mean, I could go through literally all of them, but like, let's just look at some of the ones that. So, for example, by the way, like I said, how the Flux live in the astral plane. Talc here took Crash Landed as his. You used to flit around the stars in your own ship, but an ugly run-in with a pirate or pirate hunter has left you marooned on this backwater world. You're prepared to carve out a life here, at least until you can hitch a ride somewhere else. So, he has a ban on any test made to recall anything related to this world where he crash landed. But he has a cool, like, power pack that he can use to deal a specific type of damage. Give them a pet named Powder. Technically, they have a they've been looking for their lost deputy, who is also crash landed on this planet there, and eventually I will use them to fuck with them. But I also like the idea that the Flux have named themselves after like rocks and stones. I believe the name that he picked out for his deputy is Citrine. I like Getting Too Old for This. Getting Too Old for This is a really good one. Because it's like, this is like, you get to play a character that's already like a established hero. You can choose a heroic ability that you would be able to learn if you were 1 level higher. And there are only 10 levels in DrawSteel. So this is a huge power jump. However, once you use that, you can't use it again until you earn 2 or more victories. But when you're winded, you take a -2 penalty to speed. Yeah, this is if you want to play the I'm coming out of retirement for one last job type character. There's a lot of them, man. There's a lot of good complications in here. This was the one that Blair's character took, Prisoner of the Sinleri. You were captured by the psionic beings known as the Voiceless Talkers. You escaped them, but you can't escape the feeling that they've lingered in the back of your mind. Which gives you the ability to telepathically communicate, but however, any Voiceless Talker within 1 mile knows your location and can overhear your conversations. There's a lot of these. One of them is this one is you have the Suicide Squad collar on you that can explode. Yeah. I like Slight Case of Lycanthropy. Just because of the name. Some of these just make me laugh because of the name. Like Infernal Contract, but like bad, and a Slight Case of Lycanthropy. Whenever you make a non-minion creature winded or kill a non-winded creature, you gain a surge. Oh shit? At the start of your turn, if you have 5 or more surges or 1 surge while in Moonlight, you lose all your surges and become a wolfish hybrid. While in that form, you have your usual stats, but you must make a melee free strike against the nearest creature if you can. You can shift up to your speed towards that creature if necessary. If allies and enemies are equally near, you target an ally. Holy... So you get surges, which, by the way, a surge in DrawSteel is a resource that you can spend anytime you deal damage to add 2 extra damage. So anytime you deal damage, if you have surges, you can spend surges and you get 2 damage per 1 surge. So, like, generating surges is actually a huge deal. I've just lost your head? Oh, well, it's got an image of a jack-o'-lantern, so I'm thinking of this as literally. Oh, a bread bebble! Okay, these are really cool monsters in the game. Hang on, do we have an image of a bread bebble? Jamie, can we pull up an image of a bread bebble? Can we go to the monsters book real quick? So, bread bevels, you can see right here, they're like giants. They're headless giants who steal the heads of people and then put them on their neck so that they can disguise themselves as that person and, like, walk among them. It's a super cool, unique monster to this game. Yeah, in their true forms, they're ogre-sized headless giants, forever searching for their missing heads. They're drawn to populous lands where they decapitate passerbys and magically adopt their victims' forms. They have no sensory organs of their own, but they're keenly aware of their surroundings. They lurk in the dark country lanes in their monstrous true forms. Others walk disguised among crowds, dropping their facade only long enough to waylay a stranger and lop off their head. Yeah, they're giant, like, headless giants that go around decapitating people and using their heads as disguises. They're awesome. I thought about using a bread bevel as a boss monster because they are a solo monster. So let's see what this complication is. A bread bevel stole your head. Usually being beheaded by one of those is fatal, but your latent psionic ability allowed you to survive despite your decapitation. You have the share head ability. Is that from the bread bevel? No? What is the... Okay, let's see what the share head ability is. Oh, granted items. Here we go. Share head. You don't have a head, but you can psionically borrow another. It's a maneuver, range 10. You can see, hear, and smell as if you were in that target's space. Additionally, you can borrow their mouth to speak when you wish to do so, speaking in your own voice. This ends when you use it on another target, when the target moves more than 10 squares away from you, or when they're no longer willing to share their head with you. That's crazy. So a giant decapitated you, but you were psionically strong enough to where you could survive without your brain. So now you speak, see, and hear through the heads of others around you. Imagine this with a familiar. Imagine having a familiar on your shoulder that you speak and see and sense through. You can't wear gear that requires a head, such as a helmet or a hat. And you can't see, hear, smell, taste, or verbalize except by using the share head ability. Pirate character that speaks through their parrot? Of course. Of course. That is... Yeah, absolutely. And that would be a great concept. That's what I love about these complications too, is they almost give you character concepts when you read them. I totally didn't bite my own tongue there. This is another cool one that Lauren's character has in our DrawSteel game. This is Anti-Hero, which is, you used to be a villain. You're mostly reformed now, but in desperate moments you can draw on the rage and hatred that fueled your own life. In those moments, even your friends aren't sure whose side you're on. They need not worry, though. Once you leave evil behind, you can't go back. You made too many enemies on the other side. You have 3 anti-hero tokens. So there's a group resource called hero tokens that all the party shares, and they can use them to do various things. This gives you your own resource where you can spend your own anti-hero tokens. But whenever you expend them, you gain a villainous aura, And you and every ally within 5 squares of you take a bane on any test made to interact with other creatures. So when you go anti-hero mode, you get to be stronger. You get to use your cooler abilities for free. But then you also make everyone around you look like villains. Literally aura farm. It's like negative aura farm though, because you're going over to like the people you just saved and you're like, you're welcome, and you're like the radiating dark energy. Can you take more of these complications at once? No, you can only take 1 complication. But what you can gain through the game and through achievements is, where are they? They gotta be in here somewhere. Oh, maybe in rewards? Titles! Titles are awesome. Titles are like, titles are like, you get these for like doing certain things, and they help you out. Abyssu! Tier 3, 88 months. Holy. That's a nice PNG tuba. Thanks, I commissioned it. It's new. I got it off VGen. I like Doomed as a title. Like, you aren't destined for a meaningful death, but you still might achieve one. When you're reduced to 0 stamina but remain conscious, you can become doomed. If you do, you can't regain any stamina, but you automatically obtain a tier 3 outcome on your tests and power rolls, and you don't die until you reach the negative of your maximum. At the end of the encounter, you die. So, Doomed is crazy, because Doomed literally is you literally get to go all out one last time. Yeah, last stand type shit. Hang on, what's the Master of Reels? Whenever you deal damage to a target who's 2 or more squares away from you, and that target isn't being force moved, you can pull the target a number of squares equal to your agility, reason, or intuition. You just reel them in. So, the thing about these titles, it doesn't say it here. It doesn't say it here, but if we go to the book, I think it's in the Heroes book, actually. DrawSteel Heroes. Rewards. Titles. They all have a prerequisite. So, like, for the Doomed one, this is you aren't a Hakan, but have witnessed the death of a Hakan. Okay, so... we're gonna jump around the lore a little bit. So these are the Hakan. They're a race in DrawSteel, which are basically a group of half-giants who have seen into the future. They made a deal with a god so that they could see the future. However, the god granted them only sight of their own death. Yeah, they have the Doom sight. Which is crazy. So if you are not one of them and that you see them die, you can get the Doomed title, which means that they passed their Doom sight on to you. There's so many cool ones, man. So, like, for example, after they killed the dragon in this campaign, they got the local hero title. Save a community from certain destruction. So they got to choose one of these 3 perks that all apply to this town specifically. There's like a bunch of these that you can get, like Ode a Favor. You perform a service for a powerful faction. They will perform 1 favor for the party provided it doesn't interfere with their goals. So this is another one too. This prerequisite is great for the DM to use. Presumed dead. You die in a way that prevents your body from being recovered. You meet that prerequisite, you can get this title. While it might appear that you died, you did not. Instead, you regain 1 stamina and can spend 1 or more recoveries. Additionally, you gain a first echelon trinket of the director's choice. At a dramatic moment determined by the director, you can rejoin your party with an explanation for your narrow escape and how you found your new trinket along the way. So it's like, they just, I love things that enable the DM to do cool shit. Saved for a worse fate. Oh god, oh I remember this one. The entire party is killed or captured by sapient foes. After being defeated, each character awakes alive and with full stamina and recoveries. You are all captives of the creatures that defeated you, and a gruesome end now awaits, unless you can escape. The director chooses a following benefit based on the fate your captors have in mind for you. Gladiators. You must fight for your death. Your intended opponents wield or guard a trinket or leveled treasure. Your captors plan to release you and hunt you down. You'll be dropped in a volcano fed to, so every hero gains 1 wrath. Or 1 wealth. That's one thing I have with running the system, having never run a TTRPG. I'm worried I'm not going to know well enough what would be cool shit to give the players based on what they pick. I mean, that's the thing too. That's the thing. The cool thing about this is like the rewards section is like what the players are going to be looking at during downtime, because their downtime projects are like, you know, picking like a treasure that they want to craft and like, so they basically get to go shopping through this. So if somebody says to me like, and they only gain 1 title usually, oh, here we go. For the director, planning titles. When running a game session, it can be hard to track the hero's actions and remember what titles they might qualify for. It's easier to plan titles ahead of time. If the heroes might fight a demon or dragon in an upcoming adventure, you can include Demon Slayer or Dragon Blooded as titles. Yeah, so the titles can kind of like, you only give it like 1 per echelon. Usually. Every 3 levels is an echelon. So like level 1 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 9, and then 10 is its own, I believe. Damn, Foxit PDF Reader is not having a good time today. But yeah, also like, as far as the treasures go, like most of the treasures in this game, they get from making their own downtime projects, like crafting. So like craft a treasure is like one of the downtime projects. And then you can just give them the treasures list. And you say, okay, here's the item prerequisite. I want to make a... let's see, a DM, I want to make a fucking... these are all consumables. I want something cool. Give me a trinket. I want to make gecko gloves so I can climb walls. I need 10 gecko tails. And then you as a DM could be like, okay, here's where you gotta go to get 10 gecko tails. For example, Blair crafted the quantum satchel in this campaign, so you know she had to source the opals, she had to roll the project. I need 6 bear asses for my cool shield. Yeah, I mean, but these are trinkets. But like for the actual like treasures too, or treasures or artifacts, the prerequisites. If a player says I want that, you get to plan a side quest basically. So for example, I literally have an example for this. So let me go. What was the one that Lauren said she wanted? Let me look in my notes. DrawSteel notes. Session notes. I believe. Oh, was it in trinkets perhaps? Ah, the evilest eye. Yes, that was it. It was the evilest eye. Which is the prerequisite is an eyeball from a pirate captain who drowned at sea. So if your player tells you, DM, I would like to go on a quest to obtain an eyeball from a pirate captain who drowned at sea. For this crafting project. Like, me as the DM, I'm like, that's perfect. You gave me a free side quest to prepare. That's all you had to say. Cool pirate adventure? Easy. I'll plop that right down for you. We'll put that over here. You know? Say less. We can get up to so much tomfoolery hunting down a drowned pirate. What if they have to fight skeleton pirates? So skeletons, isn't it? Anyway, I feel like I got off on a tangent. And now I've been live for an hour and I haven't done any work. All my homies love when we go on a tangent. That's true. Alright. I'm gonna lock in on the flux abilities. You haven't, but you made me want to watch DrawSteel. If only there was a YouTube channel that had the VODs of the DrawSteel sessions that you could catch up on. Perhaps youtube.com/@sci-fi tabletop? Yes, indeed. I will say the first couple sessions are kind of slow. That's the one thing I will say, is the first kind of sessions are kind of slow because it's us learning the game. I think after session 3 or so, we really get into a rhythm. Maybe even by session 2. Save for later? Yes, indeed. Indeed. All right, let's work on this. What I need to do is I need to find out the first sessions are usually slow, that's just how it goes. What new system are you using? Oh shit, here we go again. Here we go again. Oh shit. Here we go again. We're going, chat, everybody strap in. We're going for another loop. Tangent 3, baby. Tangent number 3, baby. Here we go. Is this RPG? Is DrawSteel? No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm joking. I'm hyping chat up because they love the tangents. DrawSteel is fucking awesome. We've been running a campaign of it on the YouTube. If you go to the tabletop channel, currently up to 7 sessions, which you can watch. There's also a little side adventure we did in the middle because we had some time off. Yeah, it's a really cool RPG. The best way that I can describe it is, it's D&D, but you're superheroes. Like, it's heroic fantasy, but it's still tactical. It's still super tactical. So, like, for example, they have some classes that are, like, the typical, like, D&D archetypes, and some that are completely different. So, like, they have their paladin, which is the Censor. So it's Pathfinder 1E. I mean, kind of, but more heroic. Think of it like a first level character. This is a third level character in Pathfinder. But it's still also super tactical, like Pathfinder. So like they have the Censor, which is their paladin, which is like very cool, archetypical, like holy knight type class. But then they have the Talent, which is like you're a psionic X-Men character. It's like a super cool, like, psionics, using your abilities to like push people around the battlefield, throw them up in the air, smash them down. Like, super fucking cool. What does the Null do? The Null is a monk, but is powered by anti-magic. So the Null is a psionic monk that is, their abilities nullify magics and effects. They resist the supernatural. Telk plays a Null. So like you can say they have some of these. What are some of their abilities? So like they have a kinetic shield, and their big ability is Null Field, which is an aura that dampens the power of their foes. Yeah, it's really cool. But like the fact that too is like the abilities are super tactical, but they also have like really cool, like, so it's tactical, right? But it's tactical, it's heroic, but it's also cinematic. That's the third keyword before fantasy is tactical, heroic, cinematic. So instead of having an ability that just like pushes you back and does damage, the abilities that the Censor have are like your allies cannot save you. Which does big damage and pushes every adjacent enemy away from the target. It's fucking awesome. They like all have these great, like, really awesome names that like get you into the fantasy of them. And then you have your heroic resource. Every class has their own heroic resource that they generate every turn, and they get to spend it on abilities. So it's like you're building, it's basically like you're building meter. And then you get to alt. So like you have your 3 cost abilities, which are pretty good, and then your 5 cost abilities, which go fucking crazy. So for the Censor, they have Behold the Face of Justice. and shit like that. Let's see. What's the one that Uzu always uses as the Fury? The Fury is their barbarian, and they have an ability. Let me go to their abilities. First level features. Heroic abilities. Let's see. Here it is. It's 3 ferocity. Your entrails are your extrails. Which is just, you do huge damage and you leave them bleeding. I love the name of that ability. The name of that ability gets me every time. Every time they pull that, I'm like, oh, that's so good. Then you got, like, the Shadow, which is, like, the rogue, but it's, like, a magic rogue that uses, like, magic to teleport and literally meld in with the shadows. They've got some great abilities, like, you attack an enemy that is... These ones are great. These ones are sort of hand-in-hand. There's I Work Better Alone, which is you attack an enemy, and if there's no allies adjacent to them, you get extra damage. And then they have another one, which is Teamwork Has Its Place, which is you attack an enemy, but if an ally is adjacent, then you get extra damage. Which is great. Their, like, hide in the shadows during combat ability is called In All This Confusion, which I think is a really cool cinematic, like, name. Yeah, they have, like, great ones, like Shadow Strike. Get In, Get Out is, like, a really cool ability, because they get to move up to their movement for free, and they can divide it up before or after they do this attack. Yeah, exactly. The classes are pretty dynamic too. So, like, that's what I like about DrawSteel, is it's like it's crunchy where it needs to be in the tactical combat, but it's also not like the mechanics never get in the way. I feel like when I try to run tactically dense combat in 5e, the mechanics feel like they're fighting against me. It's like, it's not, like, bloated like in other RPGs, because it's purpose-built for this. Like, so for example, instead of having, like, a long-ass list of gear, your equipment that your character has is basically freeform. So, like, your class will say... hang on, let me go into edit mode here. But if you pick a class, it'll basically say, like, oh, you wear medium armor and carry a heavy weapon. And then it's just up to you to flavor that however you want that to look like. Like, so there's no, like, super long list of, like, 1,000,000 different swords that all basically do the same thing. I had a magic rogue character idea for D&D 5e, but the system's options seemed really bad for that idea. You should play a shadow in DrawSteel. Because they are super awesome. And like I said, every character has their own heroic resource that they use to spend on their cool abilities. So for the shadow, it's insight. So at the start of every turn, they get 1d3 insight. But there's specific triggers that get you more of your resource. So for the shadow, it's the first time in combat that you deal damage that incorporates a surge, you get an insight. Surges are... you spend them to do more damage when you do a damage roll. So, like, for these, like, you get the default abilities, and then you get to choose abilities. Nobody runs DrawSteel. I was thinking about running it to get some people I know in the game interested in it. Yeah, I think DrawSteel is so fucking cool. I mean, even, like, the basic fighter, the tactician. I want to play a tactician so bad. Like, everybody sort of glances over tactician because they're like, oh, this is just the basic fighter. What they don't know is that DrawSteel has made the basic fighter cool as fuck. Absence is actually not a tactician. Despite being like a full armored sword guy, he is actually an elementalist. Yeah. Which is like what I was saying, where you can flavor the classes in whatever way you really want to. But yeah, the tactician is fucking sick. So they gain focus. Focus is their resource. So like they have like stuff that they can like command allies to move.
Welcome to Sci-Fi's
channel. What the? That's a huge raid. That's a gigantic raid from Mark Holmes. What a hello. Hello, everybody. Hi, we're doing a co-working stream, except for that I'm ranting about my favorite new tabletop RPG instead of actually getting some work done. Holy, yeah, long time no see. I hope you've been well. Love DrawSteel. I love DrawSteel. More people need to. I apologize again. No, you shouldn't apologize. You should be thankful. The number one thing the chat loves is watching me rant, and you've prompted them. So good, so good. Anyway, so what I'm working on today, or what I'm supposed to be working on, I am working on I am beefing up my version of the Flux, which is a homebrew race I've made. They are psionic crystal people that I have made for 5e but ported over to DrawSteel. I've decided after running DrawSteel for like 7 sessions that the way I implemented them in DrawSteel isn't cool enough, and so I need to make them cooler. I've decided, after seeing the abilities that other DrawSteel characters go, that I didn't go crazy enough, and I need to make them cooler. They need more cool stuff to do. Also, if we get around to it, we're gonna do the Brachyura, which are Viking crabs. I haven't ported these guys to DrawSteel yet, but if we get around to it, we will. Yeah, I love this art. This was done by Foenica, who I commissioned these lovely art pieces from so long ago. Anyway, like I was saying about DrawSteel, I think this is the class I would play if I played DrawSteel. I mean, normally I would be drawn to the Censor because I love Paladins, but the Tactician is so cool. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream. Have a good one. The Tactician is so fucking cool. Some of their abilities, first of all, they have a parry. Love when you have a parry. So their biggest thing that they have, their main ability, is they can mark targets. Yeah, they're Battle Master on crack. So the target is marked by you until the end of the encounter, until you're dying, or until you use the ability again. You can end your mark if another Tactician marks a creature. So when a creature is marked by you and is within your line of effect, and allies within your line of effect gain power rolls made against that creature. Whenever you or an ally use an ability that does rolled damage to that creature, you can spend a focus to gain one of the following benefits. It does extra damage. It deals... The creature dealing damage can spend a recovery. The creature dealing the damage can shift equal to your reason score. If you damage a creature marked by you with a melee ability, it's taunted until the end of their next turn. It's great. They also have this great ability. They have Strike Now, which is you just use your action, you point at an ally, and you say go, and that ally can use an ability for free on your turn. And then with 5 focus, you can target 2 allies instead of 1. So like it gives you that fantasy of being like the tactical planner character, which is like so cool. Nerd? Okay. Yeah, you know what? I am a nerd. So what? So what, bro? So what if I'm a nerd? But dude, look at these abilities, man. I love this ability so much. So normally in DrawSteel, the way that turns work is it goes, an ally moves, and then a group of monsters move. And then an ally moves, and then a group of monsters move. With this ability, you get to go full tactician mode. You pick 2 allies, and you say, this is what we planned for. Every target that you target that hasn't acted yet can take their turn immediately after yours. It's so fucking cool, and it absolutely makes you feel like the tactician because you point at 2 allies and you say, okay, I'm gonna do this, and then you take your turn and do this, and then you take your turn and do that. Like, so fucking cool, man. But the sensor has so many sick abilities too. I honestly, as a paladin main, I'd be tempted not to play a sensor. The sensor gains wrath as their ability, and they get to mark people, but instead of mark, it's judgment. They get abilities like Halt, Miscreant, which you hit somebody for holy damage and they are slowed. Or Back, Blasphemer. How long has this system been out for? Not that long. Actually, I think I can date that by my channel. If we go to the tabletop channel... So we started, I think it was episode 2? The first session that we ran of this was actually before DrawSteel actually came out. I got it early because I was a backer of the project. But I believe by episode 2 it had officially come out. So 5 months. It's been on the books for 5 months. They actually, Mozzie's cheating, he's running his campaign before the system is out. They actually added a new class recently, which is crazy for a game that's already only been up for 5 months to already be getting like an expansion onto it. But look at this shit, man. They added the Summoner. Look at this sick-ass art. The Summoner is so fucking cool. I remember you talking about this, dude. Yeah, it's really cool. So, like, you get to... basically, the Summoner replaces all of your abilities with summoning minions. You get, like, a deck of minions that you can summon. And they work for you, and you use all of your abilities through them. Like, instead of having a strike, he has strike for me. I need to find my favorite ability. Show me the minion bridge. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is, minion bridge. This is it. You gain the following maneuver. Your minions do everything in their power to form a safe path for you. You shift into a square adjacent to a target. You can shift into squares that contain one of your minions, even if they occupy difficult terrain. Every time you shift into a square that contains one of your minions, you shift an additional square. Which basically means, let me draw this out on a grid for you. So it basically means, let's say this character is a summoner. And let's say, let me grab some monsters. Goblin assassin. Let's say these are my minions, and I have 2 squads of minions, which means I have 8 minions total. I can literally, for free, go like this and walk across my minions, and that doesn't count for any of my movement. I can still use my full movement after that. And they can go up, they can go over difficult terrain. It's an insane ability. The power of crowd surf. Yeah, exactly. Now I will say the summoner is what they call a master class. Meaning that it's intended for players who are familiar with the game and have played a few sessions already. Which is not, basically, they're saying not recommended for first-time players. Because it basically rips out all the normal gameplay and replaces everything with, like, you summon minions. But it is very cool, and this art is very cool. I very much want to play a necromancer. Or you could be a... Hang on, chat. I'm workshopping a bit. I need to run it past the writer's room inside of my brain. Okay. I think it's ready. Alright, we're deploying the bit. So, chat, if you were a vampire who was a summoner, you could be a necromancer. Don't minus me! Come on! Come on! He's a vampire! He's a necromancer! Because he bites your neck! Come on! Come on! It's good, but it sucks. Like a vampire, it sucks. -2. They hate me. They're throwing tomatoes at me. They want me off the stage. We lost 5 raiders with that one. Okay, well, I think we'll call that rant over. Okay. Chat, I have what might be interpreted as good news. This might be interpreted as good news. So you know how our session today was canceled because Uzu had got the flu on New Year's? I just looked over at the Discord. It's currently 6:30, and Blair's Discord status is still offline, which tells me that even if Uzu didn't get sick, Blair wouldn't have woken up. So So maybe that's good news because we probably wouldn't have played anyway. Too much deadlock again, probably. No, she was playing Blueprints yesterday. I actually need to watch Blair's VOD. She was playing Blueprints. Alright, she's earned a nap. I don't know if that would excuse her sleeping through tabletop time. I think she's just lucky that the game was already canceled. I really need to replay it properly now that I have a Steam over Game Pass. I don't think... How can you replay a game like that? Besides the censor, what's your favorite class? You're going 2 for 2, man. He's like he went back to his work. How can I get him to start on a tangent again? Quick. I'll make this one quick. In and out, 5-minute tangent. I'm sorry. No, I'm clowning. You shouldn't be sorry. I actually want the tangents. I would that's why I'm streaming the co-working stream, is because I want chat to distract me and ask me questions and make me yap about things. Where did my video game jazz for committing crimes go to? There we go. I got ad cucked. Hang on, I gotta wait for the ads. I gotta wait for the ads because he literally asked the question. I don't want to cuck him out of the answer. Just sub. Maybe he can't. Also, chat, remember, this is your last day to get 35% off gift subs. I can't subscribe for some reason. It's okay, we'll wait. We wait. It says ads in progress 15 seconds. My Prime is on cooldown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're back from ads.
Nathan gifted a tier 1 sub to Violet.
Okay, we're back. We're back from ads, and Nathilian gifted him a sub. I waited through the ad break because I didn't want to cuck you out of hearing the answer to a question you asked. Also, I said, don't worry about distracting me with tangents. That's literally why I'm streaming, is so that chat can ask me questions and we can go on tangents, because people love listening to me yap about RPGs. By the way, the answer is Troubadour. The answer is Troubadour. Because I think it's the only... Nick Coffin! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Here's my answer why it's Troubadour. This is the only RPG that has ever made me want to play a bard. Like, I have never, ever wanted to play a bard. This RPG made me want to play one. Let me tell you why. So, the Troubadour's, the heroic resource is drama. Basically, their magic is powered by how dramatic the story is. Like, you are fueled by the dynamic ups and downs of the fray from which you derive your heroic resource. So you get your normal 1d3 at the start of every round, but the first time 3 heroes use an ability on the same turn, you get 2. The first time a hero is winded, you get 2. Whenever a creature rolls a nat 19 or 20, so whenever someone crits, you get 3. And when another hero dies, you get 10. So if somebody makes a heroic sacrifice and dies, you get 10 drama because of how awesome that was. Also, when you are dead, you continue to gain drama during combat as long as your body is intact. If you have 30 drama in an encounter when you died, you can come back to life with 1 stamina and 0 drama. The power of the dramatic storytelling can become so powerful it literally brings you back Deus Ex Machina style. Yeah. I also just love the flavor of their abilities. You know what I was saying. I love when the abilities have fun names. Here's a... They have an ability called Dramatic Monologue, which is basically just a buff. You choose one of the effects. You orate a tale of victory. 1 ally gets an edge to their next roll. You weave a tale of heroics. 1 ally gets a surge. They get some good one. Hang on, where are they? Here we go. Here we go. We get into the heroic abilities, the ones you spend drama on. They have 3 drama. Quick rewrite. You write something unexpected into the scene that hinders your enemy. So you create a cube, a 3 square wide cube within 10 spaces. It deals damage to all the enemies in there, and it becomes difficult terrain. So they use their power, their magic that is fueled by the drama of the story to warp reality. Yeah, exactly. They're a reality warper. They're a reality warper because they're a bard, and their magic is fueled by stories. This is a great one. Method acting. Method acting. They're hurt so much by your performance, you start to believe it for yourself. It does insane damage, but you start bleeding. You can become bleeding to deal an extra 5 damage. They're basically fantasy Deadpool. Oh, dude, hang on. Where's guest star? This is one of their second abilities. Guest star. This is the coolest fucking thing. This is like mysterious stranger type vibes. A guest star appears to help you during the encounter. Either a bystander within distance is uplifted by your magic, or a mysterious new hero appears in an unoccupied space. It's controlled by you, has their own turn, and shares your characteristics. Their max stamina is half yours. They have no abilities other than your melee and range freeze strikes. Yeah, it's the Man in Black. Exactly. You get to literally you summon somebody to help you out in battle. How exactly do class abilities work? Are there talent trees, or do you get them at certain levels? So there are subclasses. So when you pick Troubadour, you pick your class act, which is Auteur, Duelist, or Virtuoso. And those determine your default abilities. So you can see second level, you get a class act ability. But then your heroic abilities, which are the ones that cost your resource, it just gives you a big list, and you get to choose like 2. So like, for example, you know what? Let's go through character creation right now. We'll do it super quick. I want to make John John Paladin, heir to the Paladin LLC. We're gonna add an ancestry. John Paladin is, of course, going to be a human. He gets the signature trait of humans, detect the supernatural. So the cool thing about humans in this game is that because they're so numerous and mundane, they resist magic. They resist the supernatural. That's what I think that's like one of the coolest descriptions of humans I've seen in an RPG. They're just so regular. Exactly. So you have 3 ancestry points to spend on these following traits. Can't take hold, determination, perseverance, resist the unnatural, and staying power. We're going to go with the quick build options here because I'm just doing this for an example. So we're going to go with perseverance, which gives us an edge on tests using endurance, and when you're slowed, our speed is reduced to 3 instead of 2. And we're going to go with staying power. Your human physiology allows you to fight, run, and stay awake longer than others. You get 2 extra recoveries. Gotta confirm that. Confirm. Alright, human. Now we add a culture. I believe... Where do we see those? Ancestors and backgrounds? Backgrounds. Cultures. What does recovery mean in this context? So, whenever you use an ability that does healing, it's basically spends a recovery. So, like, for example, you can see an example sheet here. You have your stamina, which is your health pool, and you have your recoveries. And every class has a different recovery value. So for the talent here... No, please ask questions. Please ask questions. I'm more than happy to rant about this. So every class has a different recovery value. So the way that it works in this game is... Yeah, it does say self. It says feel free to hang in the chat and ask questions. Who are the Patriots? Lale Lule Lo. So, the way that this game works is... you don't recover stamina by resting. You recover stamina by spending recoveries. So you have abilities in combat that are like your healing abilities that allow you to spend a recovery. And when you spend a recovery, you heal equal to your recovery value. So like, for example, the talent has 8 recoveries that have a recovery value of 8. And 24 total stamina. So the way that leveling up actually works in this, the way that resting works, is every time you beat an encounter, you get a victory. And then at the start of the next encounter, you start with your heroic resource for the talent that's clarity, equal to your victories. So the more encounters you go through without resting, the more powerful you become. So it actually, instead of like a D&D or a Pathfinder where it's like, that was a big fight, let's rest, because this is trying to invoke the fantasy of you guys being heroes, it's like there's no time to rest. We gotta keep going. We gotta push harder. But when you rest... you take a respite, which is like a super long rest, like a week-long rest. Your victories get converted into XP. And so that is the mechanic of when you want to rest is basically when you run out of recoveries. Because you only regenerate your recoveries when you rest. So it's like, do you have enough recoveries to keep pushing yourself? Or do you want to cash in? Because, like, you'll be powerful at the start of the next battle because you'll have more of your resource, but you'll have less recoveries, which means you won't be able to get as much health back afterwards. So it's like, it's a risk-reward mechanic. Very interesting. So yeah, so John Paladin, being a human, having staying power, has 2 extra recoveries versus whatever his class gives him. We're going to add a culture. So the way that the culture works is you pick a environment, a upbringing, and a profession, I believe it is. Let me actually get the PDF open. Yeah, you pick a environment, organization, and upbringing. And you pick these 3 things, and they give you your skill proficiencies. But I also like this because it helps you sort of build the backstory of your character into your actual character. So, like, you could say, like, oh, if you had a nomadic upbringing, you get 1 skill from exploration or interpersonal. And then you had your organization was communal. You get a skill from crafting or exploration. So we're just gonna go with the default typical human one here because we're quick building. So we're just gonna drag that on. And we're gonna give him, let's give John Paladin read person. That seems like a good skill for John Paladin to have. And then for this, we get crafting and exploration. Let's go with endurance. John Paladin seems like an endurance kind of guy. And then labor. Let's see. We're gonna go with navigate. John Paladin. Thing about John Paladin's been around. So the cool thing about skills in this game is that it doesn't really matter what skills you don't have. It just, like, there are a lot of skills, but it doesn't. You're not gonna get punished for not having one. You're only gonna get, like, benefits if you do have one. So it's basically just whenever you roll, if you have a skill, you can get an edge. Like when you roll an ability test and you have a relevant skill, let's say, like, we're trying to navigate somewhere. So I'm going to use my might, and I'm going to add an edge. Or actually, I'm going to add endurance as my skill. And so you can see, I rolled 2d10 plus 2. You can't see because the chat log is cropped on this scene, but you would get a plus 2. Alright, next element of a character, we need to add a career. A career is what your character did before you were a hero. We're gonna say John Paladin was a gladiator. In the past, you entertained the masses with flashy displays of violence. In defining your career, think about these following questions. What led you to this life? What was your gladiator name? Who was your biggest rival? You gain these career benefits. 2 skills from exploration, 1 language, 2 renown, which is a resource you can spend on followers and stuff. It's like fame. And then a perk. Perks are like feats. And then it also gives you a table of inciting incidents. So we're gonna drag gladiator onto here. We're going to get our 2 skills. Let's go climb and lift. Another language. Let's get... let's take Kalian. 1 exploration perk. So let's go to perks. It says the quick build is, we're going to go with the quick build option because I'm just showing how it works. So the perk we're going to be getting is, that's complications, perks. It is an exploration perk. It's Friend Catapult. As a maneuver, you grab a willing adjacent ally of your size or smaller, then vertically push that target a number of squares equal to twice your might. If a creature you push falls as a result of this movement, the effective distance of the fall is reduced equal to twice your might score. And then we're going to add class, and obviously John Paladin, heir to the Paladin throne and fortune, is going to be a censor. So, this is the amount of stuff you get at level 1. This is what I mean is like a level. There's only 10 levels, but a level 1 hero in DrawSteel is like a level 3 character in D&D Pathfinder. So we get 2 more skills. The quick build options are Intimidate and Religion, and that sounds good for me for John Paladin. Censor Order, this is our subclass. We're going to choose Paragon, which gives us some abilities down the way. So it gives us Paragon Judgment benefit. The first time a turn you use your Judgment, you can pull the target vertically a number of squares equal to twice your presence. Deity and Domain. We're going to choose Life Domain. Gives us this feature, Revitalizing Ritual. We get our Wrath, we get our Judgment, we get to pick a kit. The quick build option is the Warrior Priest kit. Kits are equipment that the martial classes get, and they give you a unique perk. So now that we have Warrior Priest, we have Weakening Brand, which is a new ability we could use. We have My Life for Yours, which is a default censor ability. Signature ability. Let's see. Choose one signature ability. Our signature ability is something we can use for free every turn. I'm gonna go with Your Allies Cannot Save You, which means that we attack an enemy and every adjacent enemy from that target is pushed away. 3 Wrath ability, we are going to go for The Gods Punish and Defend, which does a bunch of holy damage, and then we get to spend a recovery or allow an ally within 10 squares to regain stamina equal to our recovery value. And then for 5 Wrath, we're going to go for Purifying Fire. And boom. Just like that. And then we need to fill in our ability scores. Real quick, our characteristics. Just let me look in the book and see what the base ones for Censor are. Censor. Base characteristics. You have a might of 2 and a presence of 2. Okay. So, might 2, presence 2, and then let's just go simple. Let's just go agility 1, reason and intuition 0. And there we go. We made a DrawSteel character. Super easy. We've got our list of skills here. We've got our abilities. All of our abilities. We've got our Warrior Priest kit, which gives us a melee damage bonus and then also gives us a stamina bonus, a speed bonus, a stability bonus. That should be already factored in. Yep, we have 30 max stamina at level 1. We have 14 actually max recoveries due to our human perk, and each of our recoveries heal for 10 stamina. And the cool thing about the Censor is they can use their recoveries to heal other people. Save this whole explanation as a highlight for the TTRPG channel. If I was going to make that video, it would be way more in-depth and way more edited. But you're right, that is a good baseline. Because I did just sort of walk through the whole character creation process. So, one of the cool things we were talking about earlier. Are you still using the custom sandbox Foundry module or the dedicated one? No, we're using the official one. The official one is or the dedicated one. Well, I guess not official, but like official unofficial. But yeah, we're using the actual DrawSteel system for Foundry because it is really good now, and it has everything from the book, like all of the monsters, all of the class features, all of the abilities. It's really good now. The custom system builder one was good before DrawSteel actually came out, and like so that was always the plan, was to go over to the dedicated system whenever it got everything ported to it. Anyway, oh right, I was gonna go back, circling back to my favorite thing of character creation in this game. But I'm going on tangents on tangents. We're going for like, hey guys, remember when I said in and out 5-minute tangent? We're never gonna get that. He ain't ever gonna do work, dude. He's just gonna be yapping all day. But okay, these are complications. When you're making your character, you can optionally choose a complication. And they are literally all so cool that every single one of my players picked one. And I had to be like, guys, you know they're optional, but like, they're like, yeah, but they're cool. They're basically like feats, but they give you a benefit and a drawback, and they're very powerful. Some of my favorites include... well, actually, let's just go through the ones that they picked. I brought that up in the earlier rant. Yeah, you have Infernal Contract, which is the classic. You made a deal with a devil for power, so you get power, but also the archdevil kind of owns you. But then there's also Infernal Contract ... but like bad. And this one is, you made a deal with the devil and it wasn't a good deal. Which I think is so funny. It's so funny to be like, yep, I not only did I sign my soul to a devil, but he fucking got me. He tricked me, and I didn't even get a benefit out of it. Yeah. So, like, just to compare the downsides, right? This one is like, whenever you're present in battle in which both sides have creatures who aren't surprised, you determine who goes first. So it's like, you basically always get to go first in initiative. Drawback, the archdevil occasionally asks you to defeat an enemy on their behalf, which is like, barely a drawback at all, because that's like free side quests. Whereas the one... is like, but bad. So it's like, you get 2 renown, okay, so you're a little famous. You get 2 wealth, okay, so you're a little rich. You get 3 bonus to stamina. So you're a little healthy. You get to choose one of those. Drawback, your body bears a fiendish mark. Any creature who understands religion and notes the mark can tell that your soul belongs to hell, imposing a bane on any test you make to interact with those creatures, unless they're into that. Additionally, when you die, your soul goes to hell and you can't be restored to life. It's such a worse bargain. It's such a worse bargain. You bear the fucking devil side. Yeah, it's a Rip Bozo contract. Yeah, there's a bunch of good ones, man. There's a cursed weapon. Love a cursed weapon. When you were young, you found or were given a magic weapon. Since then, you always carried it at your side, letting it inspire you to lead the life of a hero, even though it's cursed. You have a leveled weapon of your choice, but you also have damage weakness too. I like Curse of Immortality. We went through this one earlier. This is you don't age, and when you would die, you instead enter a state of suspended animation. If your body isn't destroyed, you come back to life after 12 hours, but you take a bane on any test made to recall lore. So you've just, like, you've lived for so long that your memory has gone away. How does wealth work in DrawSteel? Is it a streamlined cost of living thing, or does it interact with buying specific items? You can, I believe, use your wealth to buy specific items, but it's mostly it's like a tier thing. So we go to rewards. Wealth. Let me just read from the book. DrawSteel isn't about accumulating and counting every piece of copper. Instead of tracking a bank account, the amount of stuff you can purchase is based on your wealth score. As you accomplish more deeds, you acquire more treasure, and you become a more effective hero. The hero wealth table shows the types of items, gear, and services you can make in the game. You can earn wealth by doing heroic shit. You lose. As an optional rule, the director can allow a hero to make a purchase that's one above their wealth score. If this occurs, you reduce their wealth by 1. So, like, wealth 1 is like mundane clothing, basic gear. You start at 1. 2 is like a horse and cart, dinner at a fine tavern. 3 is a catapult or a small house, is the example. 4 is a library, a tavern, a manor, or a sailing boat. 5 is a church, a keep, a wizard tower, and 6 is a castle and a shipyard. So yeah, wealth is very, very abstract, but it's basically like tiers. I like seeing how things get abstracted, especially compared to the standard D&D set. That's what I like about DrawSteel, is that it is tactical, but also not afraid to be, like, very... Like, it's abstract when it needs to be. Like, you would hear a tactical RPG and you think, like, oh my god, it's gotta be, like, I'm gonna have to track every individual, like, copper piece and everything, and the weight of all my arrows is gonna go into my inventory. It's like, no, it removes, it cuts out the unnecessary parts, and it leaves in the cool parts of what you would want a tactical RPG to be, which is, like, figuring out what my abilities do and what order of turns we're gonna go in, and, like, building up my resource so that I can use a bigger ability rather than using a smaller one now. It's great. It's great. Yeah, and renown is used for hiring followers. So you can have 3 types of followers. There are artisans that work on your crafting projects for you. There are retainers, which are like sidekick NPCs you can bring into battle. And then there are sages that do research for you. Dude, when we get into the artifacts, dude, there's so many cool artifacts in this game. The artifacts are like the super giga magic items, like the Blade of 1,000 Years. I love the Blade of 1,000 Years. The Blade of 1,000 Years is so cool to me. Let me just read the description here. This fabled sword features a hilt made of glittering starlight. Out of it, a gleaming metal blade extends. Whether drawn from a stone, gifted by a lake spirit, or forged by a god or used to kill one, there is a sword that exists outside of time and space. It is always where it needs to be, precisely when it needs to be there, then gone in a flash when the need for it is wavered. The sword is depicted in art, song, and story across all living cultures, and even more frequently among cultures long buried, often proving the deciding factor of a battle. It's been wielded by numerous heroes of legend, and even more who have slipped into the forgotten shadows of history. The sword is constantly described as having a crossguard made of pure starlight. When wielded, a metal blade springs forth. So, the sword takes on the size, shape, and make of any that the wielder wills it into. Any weapon ability that deals rolled damage using the Blade of 1,000 Years gets a 5+ damage bonus, and that ability always does holy damage. Any creature with a weakness to holy damage is also frightened and weakened until the end of their next turn. It has an ability called Rally the Righteous. It fills all around it with hope and courage. Every ally within 1 mile of this weapon gets an edge on weapon abilities. Has a damage immunity 5, and each creature's stamina maximum increases by 15. It's got an ability called Turn the Tide. Every enemy minion within 1 mile is dazed. It's got a... And here's where we get into the lore of the sword. Victory's Assurance. This weapon always appears on the eve before what will later come to be known as a historic battle. It disappears after 24 hours or when the battle is won, whichever comes first. By taking the blade, the wielder unwittingly enters into a pact with the weapon. If they don't secure victory against mountable odds or some great foe, by the time it disappears, they are pulled into the sword, preventing any chance of resurrection and forever dooming them to lend their strength to heroes of other ages. It's fucking sick. It's a fucking eternal greatsword that has the souls and energy of heroes across time in it. And if you fail to accomplish your task, your strength gets added to the sword. So it also has Soul of the Martyr. If you die while holding this blade, your soul is drawn into the hilt, where it remains for the rest of time. The sword disappears, but the lingering feeling of hope remains. For the next hour, the effects of Rally the Righteous increase to provide double the benefit. Yeah, these are like... The artifacts are like... I think they describe it in the book. Yeah, here we go. The artifacts are like... Entire campaigns are built around finding, using, hiding, or protecting or destroying one. Yeah, so like there are actual like treasures that are like trinkets and magical items. The artifacts, these are like the One Ring level items. These are the ones like, this is like the Hand of Vecna type tier items. So you're selling this game so hard to me? I'm just passionate, alright? Hey, if you want to actually see what DrawSteel looks like in play, watch the YouTube. Look at that. Look at these cool-ass blades. Look at the Blade of Quintessence, bro. YouTube? Yeah, exclamation bar, YouTube. Sci-Fi Tabletop. We've got 7 sessions of DrawSteel currently up. And it's fun because you get to see me learn the system. And by the latest session, I think we have it like all down. Anyway. Anyway, back to what we were actually doing today. It's been 2 hours. I haven't made any progress. I haven't gotten any work done. I've just been yapping. Surely no more tangents. Surely there will be no more tangents. Surely we'll be able to get some work done now. Hello and Happy New Year. Hello, Happy New Year. Welcome. Alright, where did oh my god, I went on such a tangent, I even closed out my notes. Hi, Zan. Alright. Notes on one half of the screen. On the other half of the screen, give me what the abilities currently are. I came to stop you from working. I'm here to distract you. Oh wait, I didn't close them. I just dragged them into a different window. Now I have them open twice. Okay. Let's start with Living Lexicon. Living Lexicon, I feel like I always want it to be cool, but I don't want it to be OP, but I never really know what to do with it. So the whole point, by the way, chat, let me give you some lore on the Flux. Let's talk world building for a little bit. If you're unfamiliar with the Flux are my version of 4th edition shard mines because I need them to exist in whatever world I make. The Flux are psionic crystal people that live in the Astral Sea, which is the world between worlds. They are held together by their psionic energy, and they help travelers who get sucked into rifts basically find their way home, as well as stop creatures from other planes from invading other planes. So they're like interstellar balance keepers, as well as like navigators of the Astral Sea. They're a little bit. They're a tiny. Listen, you know what? I'm just gonna come clean. I'm just gonna come clean. They're fantasy Green Lanterns. I'm sorry. I'm a hack fraud. They're fantasy Green Lanterns. They're interdimensional space cops. What did you? Is it a place to say it? Yeah. But their biggest unique thing is that they have a basically their job exploring the planescape is to collect knowledge. So there are some Flux that study combat and become warriors. There are some Flux that study magic and become sorcerers. There are some Flux that study like art or scholars and like stuff like that. They all collect knowledge, and every bit of knowledge that is collected by the Flux is deposited into a psionic hive mind called the Living Lexicon. And so the Flux have a very unique trait, and it's basically that they can basically ask the group chat, which is not. No, I would like to phrase it in a bit of a more fantastical way. But yes, whenever they have lore that they don't know, they can basically ask the group chat. They can get lore from the Living Lexicon that they don't have. Yeah, they have access to Wikipedia, and they also create Wikipedia. And much like Wikipedia, there's the information that you get may or may not be reliable. So, I need to think of a way to make Living Lexicon work. The way that it works right now in DrawSteel is you have an edge on tests made to recall lore or specific information. You can also make an intuition test using this feature to attempt to gain insight into lore you don't know. The director assigns any relevant lore skills for the check based on the information you're searching for. Which I feel like I shouldn't have even needed to include the director decides the relevant lore skills for the check, because duh. Because they do that for every check. I have approximate knowledge of many things. Yeah, I want to make it cooler. Because that's like this is their signature trait because it's the one thing that every Flux can do. So how do I make looking up lore be cool? You know what it could be? We could turn it into an ask the DM a question ability. Instead of it just being like a roll to obtain this, we could have it be like an ask a DM a question ability. You briefly hook into the planet core to ask the world spirit what lava tastes like. Yeah, I mean, that is the idea. The idea is that they're basically connecting... They're connecting to the Flux, like, network. We could make it a roll. We could make it a rolled ability. And, like, a tier 1 is like, sorry, no Wi-Fi. Tier 2 is like, article needs context. And tier 3 is like, well-sourced and cited article. Yeah, the article... Yeah, tier 2 is... This article is a stub. Yeah, I don't think the Living Lexicon ever gives incorrect information. I think at the very worst it gives incomplete information. But also, if you are a director and you are running the Flux in your game, absolutely feel free to turn the Living Lexicon into, like, ChatGPT hallucinations based on, like, random Flux experiences, because that would be funny. Oh my god, that would be really fucking funny. That would be super fucking funny if instead of actually giving you the information, it was just as they're like, well, in the year 1739, a Flux by the name of Shale went over here and he saw this. So that seems true to me. It would be interesting if the Flux got hacked. I mean, there have been basically, whenever they've failed the test to recall lore, we've basically said, like, yeah, no connection. But also, you have to remember, do you guys remember when they went to the Emerald Citadel? Like, there are Flux that their entire purpose is basically fact-checking the Living Lexicon. Like, they are very bureaucratic in nature. Yeah, Wikipedia moderators, exactly. Yeah, I think a tier 1 should be incomplete or unrelated info. And then a 2 is like... It's like you find your article, but it's a stub. You know? Like, there's not enough info there. And the 3 is like, you get all the info. Just enough information to be helpful. Exactly. It's kind of... It does feel like kind of a cop-out because it is putting it entirely in the hands of the DM. But, like, how else would you do that, man? The real question is, how long should it take? How long should it take to consult the lexicon? Maybe like 10 minutes? So that way you can't really use it out of you can't use it in combat, and you can't use it in like high stakes situations. You can't, like, the walls are crumbling down. Quick, Wikipedia will help me get out of this puzzle. You know? Yeah, I think 10 minutes makes sense. Alright, well, so it's granting you an ability. So let's look at some of the other ancestries in this game, and let's see what kind of signature abilities they get. Ancestries. So Dragon Knight gives you damage immunity equal to your level. Devil gives you a skill of your choice and an edge on on negotiation. Dwarf gives you rune carving. All right. Let's write this ability in a way that makes sense. Let me go over to my formatting guide here and let me grab the template for an ability. Okay. It did not copy all of the text like I wanted it to. Okay. So this is you gain this is consult the lexicon. And then I guess target would be self. And then this will be it'll be a roll plus reason or intuition. Let me see if there are any other abilities like this. Let me look at our psionic classes. See if there's a feature we can sort of base this off of. This reminds me of a book I read. The main character has access to a mental lexicon but can't consciously access it, so it just chimes in with information at random. Oh, that's very fun. Let's see. Classes. Let's go to our psionic class. Let's go to the talent. Do we have... where... I mean, this game doesn't really have out-of-combat abilities. It's more like out-of-combat is like ability checks. So maybe instead of having it be an ability, you can make a test. Cause then you can add your skills. Okay. Okay. Making it a power roll is stupid. You want to make it an ability test because then you can add your skills. That's why I said make a test. Cypher, do you think talents and other psionic users have tried to force their way through the lexicon's firewall for advantages like spying on enemy nations? That's a great way to get the the flux to show up at your door. That's a great way to get a knock on the door, and you see a crystal man. He's like in a suit. He's like, I'm gonna need you to come with me. You're gonna have to fill out some forms. I mean, you saw what happened in the campaign where the Magister in Lockline used chronomancy to help the party, and then immediately after the flux showed up and we're like, nope, time magic, can't do that. You're coming with me. Alright. So we're not looking for an ability. Okay. So let's look at tests. Oh, perfect. We can still do tiered outcomes for tests. Beautiful. Okay. Let's see. As a flux, you are linked to the wellspring, psionic wellspring of information known as the living lexicon. You may consult the lexicon as to obtain knowledge your character does not know. When you do so, you go into an inert state for 10 minutes and make a reason, or actually, it should just be intuition. It should just be intuition. Intuition test. Then we'll get this. Get some bolding in here. Okay. So, tier 1 result. The lexicon does not have, I'll say the lexicon either does not have the information you seek, or you are unable to connect to it. Maybe we can make that right more readable later. It's like tier 2. The lexicon reveals only partial details about the subject. Tier 3. You learn all the lexicon has to offer on a given subject. This makes sense to me. Copy that. That looks better to me. I think we already succeeded in making that better. Oh, I forgot to paste without formatting. Boom. That's a much cooler ability. Chat, do you agree with me? What do you think? Would you be psyched to use this ability if you were a psionic crystal? You think there's any way we can reword any of this or punch it up a little? I'm opening the floor to suggestions. I think the tier 3 result is worded a little wordy. But you know what? It's informative, so maybe it deserves to be wordy. I think it's really good now. I mean, it lines up more with how we've been using it. Does the lexicon create new knowledge from player characters passively, or do they need a moment to create an article? So, there's actually lore for this. Parentheses, all of my lore for the Flux is exclusive to my world, and if you use the Flux, you can make lore for however you want. But now I get to talk about the lore because you prompted me correctly, and now I get to talk about the cool lore. So, a Flux, every Flux lives for exactly 100 years. They live for exactly 100 years down to the minute. And when it is their time, they return to the astral plane, and they give all of their knowledge that they've accumulated over their lifetime to the living lexicon. And then their psionic energy that has held them together dissipates, they fall into crystal shards, and those shards birth a next generation of Flux. So they literally die passing down their knowledge to the next generation. Yes, they can also exchange their information to other alive Flux as insurance. But, you know, they have to do that the old-fashioned way. They explode like a Lego character. I mean, I thought it was a little cooler than that. I thought the explanation was a little cooler than that. But yeah, if you want to sum it up, yeah, they die like Yoda from Lego Star Wars. And all their studs fall on the ground. All right. We are the Fluxlings. Please feed us. All right. Let's work on their purchase traits. So let's start with Rock Hard. This is, you have immunity to poison equal to your might. By the way, immunity in DrawSteel means that you just reduce it by that much. Immunity in this means like resistance in D&D would. So like you would have immunity 2, which means you're immune to 2 damage of that type. So, like, there's no, like, resistance, I don't think. There's no, like, half damage. It's just you're immune to a certain number of it every time you take damage. Which means if you have, like, poison immunity 5, and you only take poison damage 2 damage at a time, then you are immune. But if you have poison immunity 5, and something hits you for 20 poison damage, you're still taking 15. Woe to the flux that dies in some sort of rocky and golem's dead. Their lineage exists only to be devoured. That's why... Well, that's... Okay, listen, we're getting more into the lore now. But that's also why, in the last years of their life, every flux makes a pilgrimage back to the astral plane. Because they know when their time is coming. And they're like, I gotta get back to the astral plane. Otherwise, my knowledge that I've accumulated over 100 years will never reach the lexicon. Yeah, I'm gonna change Rock Hard entirely. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, immunity to poison, that's fine. Honestly, I might up it. Because I think, like, what I wanted to convey is that, like, they're made out of rock, so they're sturdy. So correct me if I'm wrong, but if they do die naturally before they get to the lexicon, they create their own lexicon that has their own personal life information. Yes. Okay. So you guys are both experts of my lore. both of my mods have studied my world building quite well. Because yes, I was not going into all the details, but yes, if a flux does die before making it back to the astral plane, they sort of create a mini lexicon that is just the information that they've gathered. And so there are, like, independent cells of disconnected flux who have never made it back to the main lexicon and have sort of become their own thing.
Welcome.
Hi, Twobold.
To Sci-Fi's channel.
Welcome in, Raiders. We're working on tabletop RPG prep. I am making abilities for my homebrew race of crystal people, which are the Flux. They are cool psionic crystals. So, here's what I'm gonna do. Anti-knockback would be interesting. You're reading my mind. Because DrawSteel has a stat called Stability. Your stability... So, there's a lot of abilities that do forced movement in this game. And your stability basically means anytime that you get force moved, it decreases that movement by 1. So what I'm going to say, instead of having immunity to poison equal to your might and all that, I'm going to say... I'm going to say this just makes you super fucking sturdy. You gain a bonus to stability equal to your might. With a minimum of 1. This is a 1-point ability. It doesn't have to be that crazy. So even if you have 0 might, you can take this and get 1 stability. But if you have 2 might, you can take it and get 2 stability. Tank stance. And it's a passive. So you don't even... It's not even anything you have to, like, think about using. You just passively get it. Oh, okay. Gotta paste that without formatting. Gotta undo and then paste that without formatting. There we go. Alright. So, these... Now we're in the territory that gets harder. This looks like a good time. Yeah, we're just doing a little co-working stream. I like creating like game mechanics like this. So we need to make basically 2 more abilities that are on this tier, and then we get to abilities that are a tier upwards. What other traits would a crystal person have? By the way, if you are interested in playing a Flux or a Brachyura, which are my 2 homebrew races, the 5e versions are currently available, but the DrawSteel versions will be released for free once I finish them. Glow in the dark? Ooh, that'd be fun. What if they could, like... what if they could blind people? Shatterable skin? I mean, okay, so another ability that they have in 5e that we might want to work into their DrawSteel version is they have the ability to basically integrate weapons into themselves. I don't know how we're going to make that work in DrawSteel because weapons are kind of flavor. Where in D&D, if you integrated a sword into your Flux, it became a +1 sword. Ooh, that's a fun idea. They can, yeah, so they can reshape their bodies to look like however they want. So, like, maybe they could get an advantage on, like, stuff that requires tools. You know, like I can picture a Flux like rogue turning their finger into like a key. I like that idea. Definitely plays into the Green Lantern type beat. Yeah, true. Let's call that Crystalline Interface. Their rogue wouldn't be cool if they could diffuse light to make them harder to notice. That's true. They could like make like a illusion shroud around them. But also, I'm making changelings. This is my next homebrew that I'm making for this system is changelings because I need there to be changelings in every game. And I decided that changelings in my world are like light benders. Because that's how they do their illusion stuff. So I might give that ability to changelings. Because I mean, to be honest, changeling rogue is a classic archetype. All right, let's see. You are able to reshape your body to fit whatever need arises. You gain an edge on any test involving specific tools. So they can basically, they can, you know what I picture this as being? The crystalline interface? Yeah, they're like a living Swiss Army knife. Or they're like, you know that thing that R2-D2 plugs into the shit in Star Wars? Where it's just like this little like round thing and he plugs it in and suddenly he can do whatever? That's like basically what these guys can do. I like that. I like that ability a lot. Alright, we've got 2 little abilities now. Let's think of a third little ability, and then we can think of the big abilities. I think one of the big abilities should be like a shine light off the crystal, like maybe like a blind. Because their whole thing is they have a glowing core inside of their bodies. That's where their psionic energy comes from. Yeah, they could go disco ball mode. Flashbang. Could a flux break a piece of them and use it like a drone? No. Any piece that falls off of the main body, that basically loses touch with the core, immediately like falls apart and becomes inert rock. The core is basically holding them together with psionic energy. And so if they got their arm broken off, they could reattach it, but it wouldn't like live on its own. They could pull off tools from themselves they made. I mean, yeah, technically, I would assume it would be a little uncomfortable. I would assume it would be a little uncomfortable, like handing somebody like a jagged crystal, like, tool. I mean, like, I want you to have this. It's made of my skin. Thanks, boss. Shaping the crystal? Here's a little version of me. I want you to have it. Do they taste good? Every fucking time. Every fucking time I show the crystal people, somebody's, do they taste good? They're rocks. They're literally rocks. They're literally made of crystal. Rocks taste good. No, they're not like rock. Rock candy isn't made of. You say rock candy. Rock candy isn't made of rocks. Rock candy is made of sugar that looks like a rock. It's not made of rocks. Sugar is crystal. It's not that kind of... You know what? If you want to make a fucking character, if you want to make a flux that is made out of sugar crystal, go ahead, man. It's your fantasy. Listen, if you're talking about being edible, I have literally crab people, and I know these guys gotta be yummy as fuck. The only thing that you have to deal with is the moral quandary of the thing that you're eating is a sentient person. You know, like crab. This is like crab, but I feel extra bad about eating it. Because I know that, like, it was capable of sentient thought. I think cows and pigs are intelligent and empathetic creatures that I still eat them. Yeah, but it can speak your language. Yeah, but imagine a cow that can speak English and do long division. It can have a wife. Because it's people. I bet the crab people taste so good cooked in garlic butter. I have to decide if the... No. Never mind. Oh, but I bet it... Ooh, wait a minute. I just thought of something. I hate this thought. I hate this thought, but I'm gonna share it with you guys because this is the creative process. So I was like, I have to think if the crab people would eat themselves. And I'm like, no, they probably wouldn't. They're Vikings. They're like warrior culture. They would probably, you know, honor their dead. They would have a Viking funeral. And then I'm like, oh, a Viking funeral with a crab person probably smells so good. It probably smells so good when they light that boat on fire with the dead crab person on it. It gets all grilled. It probably the best smelling funeral you've ever been to. I feel like they would 100% eat themselves. They'd get prions, bro. You can't eat your own DNA. If I was a crab person, I'd want a Viking funeral barbecue where they eat my body. They crack open my damn claws. There are human giant tribes that are eating their fallen to honor their death. What if they deliberately put herbs to make it smell better? That makes me think that they want to eat themselves. That makes me, if they're doing that, it's like it makes me think that they want to eat themselves, but they keep themselves from doing it culturally. They're all sitting there at the funeral like, he was a good warrior, he fought well, and he would have gone great with garlic butter. Crabs are natural cannibals? Wait, do crabs eat themselves in nature? Hang on. Do crabs eat crabs? Yes, crabs absolutely eat each other. It's a behavior known as cannibalism. Cannibalism in crustaceans. Oxford Academic. Cannibalism is widespread in animal taxonomy, but perhaps nowhere more so than in crustaceans. Okay, never mind. I have to change. I'm changing my stance. They absolutely eat each other. Guess apparently crabs are like the most common cannibals out there. I didn't know this. I was thinking like, no, they wouldn't be cannibals, but no, apparently even crabs think that crab is yummy. They eat their own children like popcorn. Jesus Christ. Jesus, what a visual. Funeral pyre to funeral cookout. Okay, hang on. Crustaceans are likely to engage in cannibalism because they molt. Oh! They eat the shedded shells. Interesting. Stupid. What do you mean? sometimes you see a related question on Google. This is the stupidest fucking related question. I was looking up, do crabs eat other crabs? And the like related question is, why do crabs scream when they're boiled? Why do you fucking think, man? Why do you fucking think they scream? You threw them in boiling water. It's not exactly a mystery. Oh my god. Wait a minute, wait! No, wait, they don't! Wait! Okay, hang on, this is actually intel. People swear they hear crabs shriek in agony when they are boiled, but in reality it's just the sound of steam escaping their shell. I guess they don't have, like, lungs. Or, like, big lungs. I guess they don't have really the capacity to scream. When I think about it. Or vocal cords, yeah. They don't have vocal cords. How often do crabs eat other crabs? From r/hermit crabs. All the time. Okay, the top answer says all the time. Do crabs eat crabs in the ocean? Oh my god, it's a crab eat crab world. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? What the fuck do you mean cannibalistic deep sea crabs groom each other like chimpanzees? What the fuck is I'm getting clickbaited. I'm getting clickbaited. Crabs that live near hydrothermal vents have been seen eating each other. They're literally cooking each other! What the fuck? They're dipping them in the hydrothermic vents. They clean bacteria off of each other's shells. Says a scholar from the University of Southampton. He was literally grooming this smaller crab in the same way you would see chimpanzees picking bugs off their hair. Holy. Oh my god, the Warriors Cookout. I didn't think about the Warriors Cookout. Dude, a big battle just happened. You can smell cooked crab on the horizon. So I guess the Viking funeral is a cookout now. Eat your fallen to gain their strength. No one is left behind on the front lines. I didn't know that crabs ate other crabs. That's news to me. Okay. Good tangent, everybody. We learned something. Weeping at my friend's funeral, but I'm having the best meal of my life. Me through tears. Tell him to bring out the lobster. Okay, back to these guys. He was the best guy. All right. Let's think. What other abilities should these guys have? I love this new tuba. Yeah, I got it commissioned off of VGen. VGen.co. You quick in and out 2-minute tangent maximum. Come on. I'm trying to load the artist's page so I can show you. There we go. It's this artist's page. They do these little blurbos. Yeah. Okay. Before we let's table the crab discussion. No pun intended. For now. We gotta think of more crystal abilities. Think of form of blind and stun. Yeah, I think that should be a 2-point ability. Because then it puts it on par with like it puts it on par with like Dragon Breath. Have you had any ideas for other races you'd like to add to your world? I'm definitely making my own version of changelings. Which I don't know if I'm gonna call them changelings, but why not? Oh, I closed the tab that had my music and my notes and my everything. Fuck it, let's put on some more fantasy-themed music instead of the jazz. There we go. There we go. There's some TTRPG type music. I want like cool, just cool thematic little things. And I want the things that will actually come up. I think passive bonuses are fine, especially for 1 points. What other levers can I pull on? What other stats can I give passive bonuses to? Immunities, weaknesses, stability, movement speed, maybe could give them alertness. Could have like a because they don't sleep. Could give them the alertness skill for free, and then say like they can't be surprised. Yeah. Okay. You cannot be... How powerful is surprised? Determine surprise. Start of the battle, direct determines which creatures are any if caught off guard. Any creature who isn't ready for combat is surprised until the end of the first round. A surprised creature can't take triggered actions, and ability rolls against them get an edge. Okay. That's not that powerful. You cannot be surprised. Additionally, when you sleep, hang on. Cannot be surprised. I guess we'll go additionally. Additionally, when you sleep, you instead enter a meditative state, but retain use of your senses as normal. So they don't sleep, but they do rest. The way I see it is them meditating to sort of like reconstitute their psionic energy, but they still have full use of their senses. I'm gonna call this a constant vigil. That's a good name. To make sure that I spelled additionally correctly. I did. Yeah, they're reformatting their hard drive when they rest. Do you think some flux call the lexicon Lexi? Okay, doot doot. Hey Lexi, look this up for me. All right, so let's go with. Ooh, okay. I got a good name for it. Let's go with their 2-cost ability. This is going to be Prismatic Flash. They basically they reflect the light through their crystals and they shoot it and it blinds people, flashbang style. That's the idea. Let's figure out how to make that work. So it's definitely going to be an ability. Let's look at other ancestries that give you an ability. So, like, let's look at Dragon Knight, because I'm pretty sure they get Dragon Breath. Yeah, Dragon Breath. This is a 2-point ability. I'm sure Blair has asked this, do the Flux fuck? No, they don't fuck. They reproduce by, at the end of a Flux's life, they break into shards, and those shards coalesce psionically into new flux. All right. 2, 4, and 6. Prismatic scales. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. You gain the following ability. Let me get my template. What should the range be? Should it be single target or should it be an AoE? I'm thinking single target. I think ranged 5. If it was an AoE, I think it was gonna be burst 1. There are cones. If it was an AoE, I would want it to be a line. Okay. Oh, I don't like it. Just push it to the next column. Prismatic flash. Flavor text description. You use your crystal body to focus light into a blinding beam. It's gonna be ranged 5, target one enemy. Let's make this a maneuver. I think this should be a maneuver. Let's go power roll plus presence. Reflecting light into a blinding beam definitely says presence to me. I looked over and chat is still asking me sex questions. It's to be expected. All right. Sex is part of life. You know what else is part of life? Work. I'm working right now. Blinded. Can I find conditions? There we go. What does blinded do? Is there not a blinded condition? There's not a blinded condition. There's dazed. A creature who's dazed can only do one thing on their turn, use a main action, maneuver, or move. Okay, well, I guess it's just single target daze. And then we'll do... We'll do tier 3. The target is dazed. Parentheses. Save ends. Tier 2. The target is dazed. End of turn. And then target avoids the attack. No, no, it should do something because there's no... A tier 1 result should still do something. Let's say the next roll against the target has an edge. So this is like you blind them for a split second. This is you blind them for one turn. This is you blind them. This is bitch you blind forever. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, tier 3 is prism and dispatch. Fuck you mean temporarily. You blind forever. So the way conditions work in this system, by the way, is there's 2 types of each condition. There's end of turn. Azure! My boy! My beautiful boy! My boy! Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. I'm working on prep stuff. I'm making the flux cooler. I'm giving the flux more abilities. Yeah, so saving conditions in this, there's either end of turn, which basically get auto cleared after one turn. There's save ends where they have to make a saving throw. And then there's like end of encounter, which is like super crazy ones. You know what? Dark vision isn't really a thing in DrawSteel. There's not really like there's no like real like vision mechanics like that, like in 5e. it's usually assumed that the heroes have, like, torches and stuff. It doesn't, like, track your inventory that heavily. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the tier 1. Maybe I'll make Dazed End of Turn the tier 1, make Save Ends the second one, and then add something better to the tier 3. Like Dazed, Save Ends, and maybe Dazed and Frightened? Dazed and Slowed, maybe? I think Slowed makes sense for being blinded. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it's single target. But you be actually do that to one target per round. No, okay. I think I like this actually. I think I like this. Ooh, I got it. I got it. A creature dazed in this way has a bane on all rolls made against the user of this ability. 'Cause, like, you're the source of what blinded them. So, like, they're like if they're trying to attack you, you're giving off this blinding light. They're gonna have some trouble. Alright. Prismatic Flash is really cool. I'll be honest, Prismatic Flash is really cool. Ranged magic. Alright. What about a attack where they throw like crystal shards at somebody? That could work for an ability. That seems like it could be a cool ability. What doth you guys think? I've lost them. I've lost the viewers. They're gone. Chat, press 1 if you're still here. I need to see the chat move for my dopamine receptors. Okay, cool. They're still here. They're still here. I checked my video stats. I was 30-second behind. I think it's something like Reflect. Ooh! A Reflect ability could be cool. You know when you hit a quartz crystal and it does an electric spark? What about a little piezoelectric zap reaction? Okay, we could give them like a... How about that? We could yeah, we do that with the reflect ability. They have like piezoelectric field where they could like reflect projectiles. That seems like a cool idea. I'm mostly just because piezoelectric sounds cool. That's just a cool word. Let's look up what it means. Piezoelectricity is electric charge that accumulates in certain materials such as crystals. Interesting. Very World War II. Oh, they were used to make radios. I was like, what are we turning? What do we have crystal weapons real? All right. Piezoelectric field. Ooh. Let's see. So what should this be? Probably like make it work like a. There are a lot of abilities in this game that let you half damage. So probably like a triggered action. You can half damage, and then you could say that you deal half of that damage back as lightning damage because of the electricity. I mean, that sounds simple enough. That sounds good enough to me. All right, let's look at I believe, how does glowing eyes work? Whenever you take damage, you can use a triggered action to deal that creature psychic damage equal to your level. Okay, so let's take that wording to make sure our wording is consistent with the book's wording. And we'll say an electromagnetic field shields your crystalline body. Whenever you take damage from a creature, you can use a triggered action to half the damage. To half the damage, dealing. What's the fucking ability they have? They have an ability here that's like a. It's like a rebuke. I guess it is glowing eyes. Okay. To half the damage. Whenever you take damage from you can use a triggered action to half the damage and deal that creature lightning damage equal to We could do 1d10 plus your level. And give it some variance. Basically make it like glowing eyes. I mean, honestly, well, if that's the case, use a trigger action to deal psychic damage equal to 1d10 plus your level when you take damage. That's an ancestry trait. Is that a 1 cost or a 2 cost? That's a 1 cost. Okay, so then it's okay for it to be a straight upgrade because it's a 2 cost. One d10 plus your level. Okay. Well, we did it. That's the flux for DrawSteel. Fully fleshed out. Obviously, maybe some of these abilities need to be playtested a little. But, that's it. They have a full suite of abilities like a real ancestry now. Very, very nice. Alright. What do I want to do next, chat? We can either start working on the Brachyura, or we can work on Changelings, or we can start working on Adventure Hooks for new campaigns. We did go pretty deep on crabs. The crab difference is... The difference with the crabs is I have nothing written down for them so far. I think working on adventures for upcoming campaigns would be cool. Yeah, I think we could take a break from the game mechanics discussion, and we could go more narrative world building with it. The either or. I think I'm actually really proud of these abilities. I think these turned out great. Let's say the attacking creature instead of that creature. The attacking creature. That's the attacking creature to you. Put some bold where they deserve to be. Okay. It would be funny if a Flux interfaces with something and it becomes a hacking melee of Fallout. I mean, I never said they couldn't interface with, like, technology, right? It's just anything involving specific tools. So maybe they discover some, like, weird magic tech computer, and then they get an advantage to interface with it. Okay. So I think I'm happy with this. I don't know if I want to add any like lore description of the flux, or if I want to just be like, here they are. Maybe I'll add like a little paragraph. I'm gonna be DMing for the first time soon. Let's fucking go! Huge. Little paragraph. I'll put a little. Let's put a little paragraph of flavor text right at the top. Ooh, ooh. As a treat after all. Oh, sorry, that's my Discord. I wasn't in streamer mode. Okay. Now I have to be like, how do I summarize all the yapping I've done? I have an okay idea for an adventure, I think. Hell yeah. Also, just, don't be afraid to steal ideas from adventures. Plop them into yours. Or to steal ideas from your players. True! The amount of times the players goes, guys, I think it might be this. And I'm like, that's a great idea, actually. What if it was that? Wouldn't you feel so smart if it was that? Okay. Let me look in my homebrew. Let me see if I wrote any lore for the Flux in their 5e version. Lore and history. Okay, what did old sci-fi write? Old sci-fi wrote, the Flux are a race of psionic crystals originating from the astral plane. They're brought into humanoid shape from the collective energy stored within their soul, which is represented as the glowing core within their chest. The eyes of the Flux are formed with 2 iridescent diamonds. They appear in any color or shade, but tend to gravitate towards the 7 prismatic colors of the rainbow. Being travelers of the astral sea, it is the goal of the Flux to pursue knowledge across the multiverse, be that knowledge of magic, history, religion, or the art of combat. At the end of a Flux life, it's customary for them to return to their place in the astral plane, where they first came together, releasing their knowledge into the living lexicon. Alright, that'd be a fine description if you were writing a fucking Nat Geo article, bro. Give me some flavor text in there. Give me some flavor in there, man. Give me that seasoning. Okay. I am proud of my 5e homebrew, but I look at it now and I'm like, I could write so much better. Flux are a nomadic collective of crystalline people that inhabit the astral sea. Being natives to the world between worlds, it is their task to maintain balance between the cosmic forces that govern the universe. Their great work, the living lexicon, a collection of knowledge spanning generations, is stored within a floating great emerald palace among the stars. Each flux is born with the same task. Traverse the stars and obtain knowledge. Be that academic or martial. New knowledge. Each of them take ability differently, but all know that when their century is up, They must return to the Emerald Citadel. We gotta make this shorter. Can't stop writing lore. Listen, people are gonna want to run the Flux however they want. I don't want to be overly specific with the lore. I want to be more fantastical. If I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter. Exactly. That's absolutely... If I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter. I could probably cut the third paragraph, to be honest. Because it's the most important part is that the Flux are... Let's replace nomadic with psionic. Most important things to know, the Flux are psionic crystal people. They're native to the Astral Sea, and they have a hive mind called the Living Lexicon. I think their nomadic wandering nature is core to them. I mean, yes, in my world, but what if... You know, I mean, there are nomadic Flux and there are non-nomadic Flux. There are Flux that never leave the astral plane. There are Flux that never leave the Citadel. You know, they're nomadic by nature of them living in the Astral Sea, which is the world between worlds. That's why they're called Flux. Because they're in between. I think that works. I thought they're called Flux because they're non-binary? No. No, Flux means in a... Flux is a word. A flow of liquid, the flowing of tide, continuing movement. If you say something's in flux, it means that it's in the middle of change. Gender fluid would be more accurate? No, it doesn't. It's not. It's It doesn't have anything to do with gender. It needs to do with the fact that they live in space. They can be whatever gender they want to be. They just live in space. They're like the Transformers. They're genderless until they want to be. Yeah, they live in the one place uncorrupted by capitalism. Space. Ugh. But I think, honestly, Chad, I think this stream has been a good, like, exercise of, like, getting a view into, like, how to design homebrew things. I might add some more lore. But that's because I'm a slut for some lore. You know I love some lore. But I think I'm gonna try to keep the lore light for people who just want to play as the cool crystal people and don't want to get bogged down with all my setting specific lore. I like how I said we were gonna do 3 different things today. We got like 1 done. It's been 4 hours. I think we're gonna wrap up. Alright. Thanks for coming to the co-working stream, everybody. I do D&D with my friends. I improvise everything. Is it still called D&D? Sure. You can, I mean, in a more charitable way, we could call that playing pretend. But you know, you can call it whatever you want, man. You have the Brachyura 5e stuff anywhere? I could swear there was a homebrew channel that had them in it. Yeah, there was, but it got... I took it down. Because I was planning to rework them, but I never did. But it exists out there. Yeah, there you go. Vinny can hook you up. All right. Chat room, thanks for coming to the co-working stream. am going to go chill or probably pack for MagFest. Let me tell you schedule for the rest of the week. So Friday was supposed to be DrawSteel if players aren't sick. Players were sick. Saturday, chill variety, probably Warframe or something. Saturday, day off, trip prep, but I might do a bonus stream anyway because I'm going to be gone. Monday, we might do a Mario Monday, I was thinking. And then Tuesday is going to be the final Minecraft server review. And then Wednesday to Sunday, I am gone. Ugh. Thank you guys for chilling. I do appreciate the people who enjoy the tabletop content. And I do want to provide more tabletop content for you all going down into the new year. All right. Goodbye.